Welcome everybody to Zealots of Zul, broadcast live and exclusively here on ZealZaddy from the Adventure Game Store and Dragon's Lair and Adventure Game Society here in Davie, Florida. Thank you very much for joining us. This is our third episode, A Courtyard at Midnight. And before we begin and remind you of where we were, I want to take a second to introduce everybody, starting with myself. I'm Cliff Dunn. I'm your Dungeon Master and the co-creator of ZealZaddy and Dungeon Master here of Zealots of Zul, and now introducing the Zealots themselves. Let's start on the bottom panel with you, Alex.
Oh, me? Oh, God.
Mixing it up a little bit.
Okay, hi. I'm Alex. I play Arnaud War, the third level monk, who is on a mission from God. No, I'm kidding. He is on a mission.
Which one?
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair
There are so many.
Hi, I'm Kyle, and I'm the third level ranger, Kepri. He doesn't have such a lofty ambition. His ambition is to help his family make inroads in Badashar and come out with his skin, which would be nice.
Kepri wants to be a road builder.
Oh, yeah.
I'm Anna. I play Sabine. She's Bard. She is a singer, storyteller, dancer, and perhaps a little bit more than she seems. We'll leave it at that.
Hi, I'm Scott Coventry, and I play Arslan, who is a rogue. He has a stall on the bazaar and is a procurer of hard-to-find objects.
Good evening. I'm Mike. I am playing Alice, a long-time resident of Badashar, and I am a acquirer of things that are not necessary.
So you run the Lost and Found at the AMP, do you?
Other things fall off the back of trucks, so I'm just saying, hey, what a truck.
Caravan.
That's Karen.
There you go.
And I am Jay Petrosky. I play the third level fighter, Alexides, a prince from a faraway land.
And I am that I am. So, before we begin, I just want to mention that in the summer of 1983, Return of the Jedi came out. The movie Return of the Jedi came out, and I saw that for the first time, and I saw Mike for the last time at the exact same time. So he's joining us at playing a version of a character that he played in a version of Badashar many years ago. This many years ago. Yeah. So it's a real pleasure to have him joining us, and we will pick him up in the action as we proceed. To remind you of where we left last week, the Zealots had tracked down some information that was going to lead them to the potential apocalyptic cult that is now operating somewhere secretly in Badashar called the Watchers of the Eye. They did some reconnoitering in the Medina in Old Town and came across a tavern called the Gilded Palm, where they had reason to believe they might find some information about this cult. The cult itself, or some of its members, appear to be responsible for a theft from the Temple of Baal in Badashar, and working under the auspices of the Archpriest of Baal in the city. They're trying to track down both the artifacts and valuables that were stolen from the temple, and also the recalcitrant priest of Baal who made off with them. And over the last couple of weeks, they've been tracking down leads. You'll see from our previous broadcasts that last week they went to the Gilded Palm, and you guys met with. You had an encounter, a hostile encounter with some members of the City Watch, and during that time, somebody that you thought might have been a potential lead to the Watchers of the Eye seemed to give the city guards a slip And if I'm not mistaken, shortly after that, you parlayed with one of the women, with a girl that you knew to work there at the Gilded Palm, and told her that you arranged through her to meet with the guy that had given the city guards a slip, and you had done so. You had arranged to meet at midnight that night, deeper into the Medina, near where the old University of Badishar had been located, now since abandoned, and you made your way to a small, secluded courtyard located near the university, and you were all there, right? The five of you were there.
I think me and Tom were hidden in the back, but we were there.
Correct. And the plan was for Arslan, along with Alexides and Sabine, to meet with this person, meet with this guy. Right. And so as midnight approached, you got there early. Earlier in the evening, you saw the girl from the Gilded Palm somewhere in the environs of that neighborhood, and I guess you kind of decided amongst yourselves that she was probably there arranging for this, for your meet. And so as midnight approached, you waited. It got a little bit past midnight, and a voice said to you, Arslan, inquired of you, "Are you the emissary of the Exile King?" And that's where we stopped last night. What do you say? And what did the rest of you do, by the way?
Which one of you is the exile king?
No, which one of you is the emissary?
Well, thank you. We're not doing anything because we're just watching lips moving from a distance.
I think as long as we're not doing anything and watching this, we'll make a perception check to see if there's anything going on. Anyone hidden guards anywhere?
Make a perception check.
Can I jump in on that?
I mean, you are technically looking at us.
Yeah. Ooh. That's a 21 for me.
That's a 19 for me.
Anupam, you feel that you in the stillness of the night, through the normal sounds of the city late in the early nighttime hours, you hear something that doesn't sound right to you. It feels almost like it sounds like something crunching on something else, like stone crunching on other stone, or rubbing up against other stone. And you smell oil also. You smell oil. Lamp lighting oil? Yeah, lamp oil.
Oh, like that? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Do you hear that?
Not really. What is it you hear?
Sounds like oil and sounds like stone rubbing against stone.
It's unusual. Something to be concerned about.
Yeah. Maybe keep an eye on that. I'm gonna go check it out.
Yes, but I heard there was supposed to be a larger gathering than two.
And as you recall, this was a very tall, gaunt fellow wearing dark robes. He has very dark eyes, heavy eyebrows, and a long beard. And
Actually, when he says it, I will make sure I take a step back a little bit, because I know he kind of moves. He's kind of like bold. He'll get right in your face.
yeah,
And I'll make sure that I make that one step back. He needed to leave a little distance between us, so it's not. I don't want him to feel like he can just sit over and put himself in a position of power or something like that. I'll make some space.
Right. Yeah. Sabine, what are you doing?
Did I hear animal?
No, they were. They're sort of at a slight distance away, hid.
I guess I will roll perception too. And look around and not do well.
Okay.
I will interpose myself into a position of danger between this gentleman and the two of them.
And then the woman was with him, right? The king.
No, it's just him.
So
Got
you
one.
got a little in the shadows.
So where is this gathering?
He says, "There is no gathering. I was told that the emissary of the exiled king wished to meet me." And just then, that smell of oil becomes overpowering, and in the shadows around where you are, and eventually all of you see, torches come alight, and they light up the shadows begin to dance with fire, and you see that that in this courtyard in the shadows are probably at least 2 or 3 dozen men, and they have about a dozen of them have torches, and the rest are they're all armed, and they step out into the shadows, and the man looks at you and says, "Am I to be martyred? Am I to be made a martyr?" Everybody roll initiative.
Ooh. Oh, come on.
I gotta get the good dice.
Atlas, you're not there at the moment, so you get a pass at present, I feel like. But feel free to roll.
8.
Okay.
10.
Alexides?
25.
Ooh.
You go first.
I have a +9 to initiative.
Oh, wow.
I'm not even sure how you do that for loud.
Because I have the alert feat.
Anupam.
So I get
That is going to be a 9.
Okay. Kepri?
14.
Okay, and okay. Alexides, what do you do?
I look around and seeing these people standing around with the torches, I first want to try to take in my surroundings. Are these people, do they look like town guards who were waiting for this who were hiding, ready to get the jump on a guy who they were trying to, that they were casing?
They look like they could be city, they look like city guards.
Okay.
And
Do we see the
they were
guard
clearly make a perception roll.
That's a 19 on the die. So that is.
Yeah, so you do notice that guard captain who, if memory serves you remember his name was Berza, and he's standing next to a much shorter man who's also dressed in very ornate armor, and they're surrounded by about a half a dozen other city guards.
I lock eyes with him, and I take my hand off of the hilt of my sword, and I take a step back from this guy who is in front of us. I'm trying to imply to the captain of the guards that
I'm not with him.
should they choose to take this guy, I'm not going to get in their way.
Right. Okay.
And that's what I'll do in my turn. I will, in doing so, ready an attack. Should anyone attempt to aggress against me, I will defend myself.
It's good to see out of the location. It's all there's 25 people around us.
Yeah, right?
This would be a roll that
They you didn't smell the oil. So Okay. The guy who you've met, he looks like he loses it. He freaks out and he starts running. He makes a break and he starts running.
Is there anywhere to go that isn't in the people?
No, you're in the courtyard. I mean, there's buildings all around you. There's I mean, he could, I guess, run into one of the buildings.
I'll run that way.
Okay. You will, but you won't yet.
Not yet. I'm saying.
Okay, so he breaks. The guards, actually the guard captain and the man with the guard captain, the man standing next to the guard captain says, "Take them!"
Oh boy.
And so the guards all draw their weapons and step closer. That was 16. 14, Kepri.
Just so we're clear, we've been found out too, right? Or are we still hidden? Quote unquote hidden. Because if there was a time to make a daring surprise attack, now would be it.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I don't think, no matter how surprised they are, that we're going to win a fight. 20 to 5.
Oh no, definitely not.
Okay.
Maybe we're all new.
That's-
They just started getting
There you go. See?
They're all 1 week
Why can't you
retired.
like him? He's not.
They're all 1 week retired.
Are you? Right.
It's not worth it.
It's not worth it for them. Right,
I'm told
exactly.
this.
So let's see.
You want us to make a high check or something to see if we are in there or not?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yes, do that.
You might bring you up.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be making one as well right now.
Both of you.
Let's see. Stealth is not so good. Oh yeah.
What'd you roll?
That's an actual one.
Oh, good.
I rolled an 18.
So mine is to get there.
Well, you're pretty in there, dude. Of course.
They don't notice you. They don't notice you until they notice him.
My friend, sometime later, if we make it through this, I will have to teach you the art of not being seen.
Who said that?
Very well then. I draw my kopesh and get close to Anupam and ready for them.
Okay.
Ready for that?
Anupam.
Mm-hmm.
Ready for this.
I'm sorry. No, I apologize. Arslan.
I start trying to follow the other guy, but I pull my Chris out as I'm running.
Okay. He pulls out his curved blade. You're running.
To try and follow the guy who's running.
Okay.
I figured he's good at escaping. He probably will find a way through. I'd rather be in that spot than in the middle of 20 people with weapons ready.
Only fair.
That's our road.
Okay.
Dash.
Now Anupam.
Okay, so I have obviously been discovered. So let's see. Should I Leroy Jenkins this? No? Good. Alright, okay. So
I would advise, but I don't know what that is.
It's exactly what you think it is. It's not good.
alright, let's do this. No, okay, so let's see, okay, so they're currently being surrounded. They said, take them, not him, which makes me think that everybody's about to get arrested. Does anybody look like they're about to be closed in on?
Everybody.
I mean, one person more specifically.
No.
Okay. Okay, so, can I see a, let's see, what is immediately around me as far as, like, how far away am I from them, actually?
So the courtyard isn't that big to start off with, and I the way I had imagined it, the two of you were hidden in an alcove or a doorway,
Right.
where you could keep an eye on
Right.
things, and you were hidden, but your superior sense of smell is what got you into trouble. You were taking another whip to see you could smell the oil, and that's when they kind of saw you. And so that's what kind of tripped him up also. So I mean, it's they're within about 10 feet of you.
Okay. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take 2 attacks.
And there's, like, as I said, there's about 25 to 30 of them.
Right. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do. Behind me, there's nobody, there's like no guards or anything behind me, right?
No.
It's just all like around me. Okay, so assumingly, if I can clear a path where I am, that would maybe make an escape route where we could start running out.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna go. Okay, there are about 2 guards near me. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make 1 attack at each guard, basically. Yeah. Okay, so first attack is going to be like a 12.
Okay.
12 to hit.
That misses.
Okay. You know what? It's fine though because he still can't hit me if I decide to run either way because of my mobile feat. So let's see. So that's gonna be 1 attack. Second attack is that's much better. It's gonna be 18.
Okay, boom, you land a solid hit on him.
Okay.
But it was midsection.
Yeah, he's gonna take 7 points of damage.
Okay.
And I'm trying to see if I can do a stunning strike on him. I know that with my martial arts, I know that's a thing I can do, especially at 3rd level. That's one of the things. I believe it's I'm trying to remember if it's a Constitution saving throw or if it's a.
I believe it is a Constitution saving throw against your safety DC.
Okay, which my safety DC would be 8 plus my wisdom.
80 plus your proficiency plus your wisdom modifier.
10, 12. Alright, so it's going to be a DC 12 Constitution save on his end, or he's stunned.
Okay. And he falls back, and he's got the wind clearly knocked out of him. You hear him go,
Okay. Alright, excellent.
and he doubles over.
Awesome. Okay, so I'm going to blow a key point and do flurry blows and go for the other guy that I missed the first time. Oh, that's definitely going to hit. That's a 23.
Okay, you hit.
Yeah, and same thing.
And he misses his save.
Alright. So yeah, they should both be stunned, and I'm going to just, I'm just going to yell out, "This way!"
Okay,
Trying to
that
think of
one.
anybody to come running towards me.
Sabine, what do you do?
Sabine is slinking further back into the shadows, ideally into one of the buildings, and going stealth mode.
Make a stealth check.
Ooh, 18 plus 2, 20.
Okay.
Uh,
Go ahead.
As I starts closing in, I am using something in action and then take a dash. Trying to get an extra action.
He gets a bonus action dash.
23, I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay, so you
I mean, yes. No, dex bonus.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, silver.
you fade back into the shadows. Okay.
Which it gives me an extra action
Yep.
to move quickly or disengage or whatever, things like that.
Okay.
And one of them is the dash, and then hopefully it'll get me through whatever hole he makes. I'm assuming he's making a hole pretty big, so I can get through with him.
Okay. So you're gonna continue to pursue him and try
get
to.
into that position, and if necessary, I have my sword out. I'll help create a bigger hole. But hopefully
Okay.
he'll make the hole, and I'll go in following that.
Okay. Everybody has gone. Alexides.
Seeing that Sabine has run off into the shadows and Arslan has run after this guy, I run after Arslan and I am going to run. If you're heading in the direction of where this guy's going, I'm going to run to follow Arslan. I'm going to use my move action to move. I'm going to use my action to move again and just run in that general direction
Okay.
as fast as I can.
Okay.
I'm trying to make a hole, one way or another.
All right, and
And I pull out my scimitar as I'm doing so.
he's the three of you are on the opposite side of the fountain from where the majority of these guards are moving in from. So I'm making your way over into a corner where it looks like there's a large, poorly lit archway of some sort. And as you're making your way that way, the guy trips and he stumbles and he goes face down into the ground and continues to slide a bit, several feet, but he's prone. And both of the guys on you are stunned, correct?
Yes, they're currently
Okay,
stunned.
all right. So that was that. There's nobody on you three. You've jumped out of the etc. And Kepri, there's one guy that's coming on you.
Okay. I will. Go ahead.
Well, actually, no, actually there isn't. I apologize. What are you doing?
Well, I was holding basically right next to Anupam in case someone came at one or both of us.
And he took out both of them, right?
I rubbed shoulders, and I think it is time we venture off, my friend. And I begin making my way, trying to follow. Basically, take a roundabout way to follow them without being seen.
Well, okay, so the courtyard is lousy with guards.
Okay.
So it would be difficult for you to pursue them without being seen.
Okay. And I suppose I will. And the only way in and out is that we're situated in such a way that we got to go through the courtyard, correct?
I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, there's buildings behind you, and there's ways of there's openings. There's doorways and a few alcoves. I mean, it's a pretty good sized courtyard, but it's just that you're exposed in the open. It's dark, and there are some shadows. And where you are right now, you're fairly not exposed.
Okay. In that case, then I will attempt to slink away to much like Sabine did, and just get out of there.
Let's make a stealth check,
Yes, sir.
please.
15.
Okay. So you guys are together, right? So and you're so you're gonna try to step back out of the line of sight. Okay. All right. That was 14. Arslan. So you're pursuing him, and you see he trips on his robes, and or something on the ground, whatever. He gets caught up, and he falls forward. You can catch up with him.
Okay. When I get up to him, I'll try and help him up, but keep my sword to a side in case there's an attack that I can defend against. But I can't attack while I'm trying to get him up.
Okay.
Get him out of here.
All right. So you are all right. Anupam.
Okay. Oh, by the way, I forgot. With that last stunning strike, the guy took 7 points of damage as well.
Okay.
Okay. Seeing that everybody is very much not utilizing the hole that I've just made, yeah. It's like, hey, I made a hole for you. Okay. All right. So I'm going to follow my companion here, and I'm going to GTFO. You know what? Actually, but nah, I don't mind. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna run. I got like 50 feet of movement. I'm pretty sure I could actually outrun him if I. Yeah. I'm just gonna follow him and just try to get out.
That's number one, my friend. The hidden servant is the most deadliest.
Let's go. All right, let's go. Oh, by the way, this whole time I've had put up. So.
Okay. So the two of you attempt to flee together. Sabine.
I am leaving.
How eloquently put.
I've already hid in one of the buildings, and I'm going to utilize the fact that buildings have other exits to go.
Okay.
Bye.
Everybody's gone. Everybody's gone. Okay. Starting again from the beginning then. 25. You, sir.
I will run in the direction of Arslan and whoever this gentleman is.
I mean, the guy's, he's prone. He's lying face down.
I catch up to
Yeah,
him.
you catch up to
I
him.
grab the guy by the back of his robes and I yank him up and I say, "Don't stop moving. They'll catch us." That's what I do.
Okay.
I run up to him and I yank him up from the back
Okay.
of his robes.
Let me see if he's able to right himself.
Suspicious to our spying units.
Or try to do an ambush.
May not be alive with them.
He gets up and and continues on with you. 16. Okay, so the guards are swarming. Kepri, what do you do?
All right. See, I'm trying.
Bless you.
Okay.
Where am I positioned?
The guards are swarming after them, correct? Or I'm just.
Yes. Well, the courtyard is lousy with guards. You guys are on the fringe. Nice.
Yes. It is being very helpful.
Squarer, but yes. Yeah, it suffices.
Close.
Relative space is what it's called.
Close.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure it out. Well, our options are either slink away or attempt to follow after our companions. Right? So, I will attempt to follow after our companions now that we have extricated ourselves. I have extricated myself from my noisy distraction.
And as you start to move, there's a hail of arrows that comes from above you into the courtyard below. Sticks throughout the masonry and the bricks of the fountain and anything else that's in there. One of them also lands into the guy that was sleeping in the fountain. Yeah.
Does anyone else think that this is kind of overkill for one guy?
Must be very important.
Can
Can I see your visual representation one time? It's a bad one. That's an idea.
This is
Yeah.
you. This is Arslan and myself, and you see we're looking at it. Seeing slinked off to the side. You and
And you hear a voice. The voice actually of the official in charge says, "Stop where you are immediately if you value your lives." It was the captain, the captain of the guard, not the guard captain, but the official that was with him, that was wearing the armor. So that may be. So yes, it's behind you, but it's off. It's to the side of the courtyard. Nobody got hit.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say.
The wild cards getting hit. The wild cards getting hit.
No, they were shooting down from above.
presumably the people on top of the wall.
Good to know.
want to make sure there wasn't another group here that's trying to help us now.
No, these arrows came from above you, from the rooftop.
Okay.
Is it still mine or someone else?
No, Kepri, that's you.
Okay. So I take it. We've been at it. We've been seen at this point, correct?
Some of you have been seen,
Okay.
yes.
And I will attempt to climb up onto, if I, is it possible to climb up onto a building, like go rooftop sort of thing? I'd like to try that.
Okay.
You can make my way through an alternate route.
Make an athletics roll, or, well, whichever, athletics or acrobatics, whichever works better for you.
Funny enough, they will go pretty quick. That's not bad. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
So you get a handhold and you jump up. You're trying to extricate yourself from this, from what's.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
And I'll throw my hand down to Anapol and say something along the lines of, I really think we should be leaving now, brother. It is getting quite dangerous.
Yep, I'm in agreement.
Arslan.
Is this guy up?
Yeah.
I get in front and start trying to lead a way out, either through a window or through, I mean, where? Down the street or an alleyway or something that I might think would give us a way to start dodging, their following us.
Okay. As you so where do you let me see the drawing that you made there, Jake. Okay. Anupam, Kepri, Sabine, right? Okay, and that's Arslan. Okay. Yeah, it's pretty good. Okay. All right, so make a stealth roll. I'm sorry. What did you say you're trying to?
Trying to get us to in alleyways, to stop being on the main road or in the middle of this area, so we get out of this predicament.
Suddenly rolling really well now.
I was about to say all the good rolls are
We
happening
rolled
here.
terribly in Scott's game earlier, and now suddenly we rolled amazing. And as I say that, I realize I've just jinxed myself. Now I'm gonna roll garbage the rest of the night.
Why don't you do this to us?
We don't believe we can accomplish anything here, so we do. But mine, we believe we can accomplish everything, so we don't.
Man plans, God's laugh.
Yeah.
Okay. That was Arslan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Anupam, you're allowing yourself. You're going to use Kepri as a means of escape, correct?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Do I have to make an acrobatics to see if I can get up to him?
Please do.
Alright.
Or athletics, whichever.
Let's see, I don't know. Definitely acrobatics is better. 10.
Can I give him a bonus to that?
Yeah.
Since I'm reaching my hand.
Yeah, you're helping him.
Okay, so slightly better. 13.
And you help him up. You pull him up. Sabine, where did you go?
If I can extricate myself entirely from this, I'm headed for the Guilty Palm.
Okay.
I think you know.
Okay. And make another stealth check.
I guess I'm no longer trying to be stealthy. I'm just acting like pleasant. 6.
Okay. Sabine.
trying to be able to help
She was
right into the light.
she was the last one. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just put a thing over my head like, I'm not stealthy, I'm just a regular person. Walking down the street. You don't see me. You see me?
I'm just a regular guy. Hey, kids.
Alexides, what do you do?
This guy's up. Where did I see Arslan go?
You were right behind me, so I'm just walking you right below. You're the one who picked him up.
I picked him
I
up.
was trying to lead him and us into the alleyway.
Were you able to like find or locate a means?
I was able to find, I think, an alleyway that has potential.
Cool. So I head into whatever. If Arslan was like directing us to go in a particular direction, I go in that direction.
Okay.
I draw my sword and my shield now.
Okay.
As I'm running.
Okay. All right, and your physical relationship with the guy that you had helped up. What do you?
Picked him up and I let go.
Okay,
I
sweet.
literally just helped him right himself.
Gotcha. You righted him, and
And I
then
said keep running, and then I kept running.
all right, and then the two of you are continuing down the alley. Okay. Sabine, you've
Water off.
yeah, okay. And you hear, as you guys are running, you hear coming from behind you.
Any trip again?
He's fallen.
Sucks to suck.
He's fallen, and he can't get up.
That's what Life Alert is for.
Yeah.
Life Alert for all of your senior citizen needs.
Sponsor us, Life Alert.
Right, you've gotten 2 free plugs. So you hear him. You hear him take a spill behind you, and the two of you continue on. You get up onto the rooftop, and at various points you emerge, and you find yourself surrounded and saturated by city guards. At the end of the alley where you come out, you see that there's a very large wagon with a heavily armored wagon with horses and guards there. Sabine, you also stumble out of the shadows into a waiting group of people. The entire area is surrounded, and likewise, it happens that they are waiting for you on the rooftop also.
Ah, that's great.
Well, brother, I think we've been outdone here.
Oh, not yet.
And you hear this official voice, his voice rings out again into the evening. Take them alive if you can, but if you can't, the sin on their heads.
And how many currently are on the roof with us right now?
Okay, so the place where you guys have come up on top of is it's a part of a larger building. There was it was a landing that you helped him onto, part of a larger structure of buildings, and on this structure is about a dozen people with
Bows.
well, half of them have got bows, the rest have got swords.
Okay. Well, I'll be okay, but I don't know if I can't say the same thing for you.
Are you impervious to arrows?
No, I can just run without them hitting me.
Fair enough. Save yourself if you must.
What were you doing over there? I didn't see.
They're like, take him alive if you can. Okay, cool, dude. I'm good. I know what that means.
And you do a little twirl with the kopesh and just sword, and look, sit down, cross-legged.
Well, quite a precarious situation I've got myself into.
I have faith in the bad sharp justice system. I'm sure you'll be going off.
I expect that. That's nice.
Well, I have exactly 1 key point left, and I'm going to use it to step the wind. That's what I'm going to do. So that's 150 feet I can clear in a single round, in which I'm going to run in the direction of the temple.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. Do you need to make a roll for anything for that, or?
No, it just means that I can, basically I'm going to use my movement,
Yeah.
50 feet, action to dash, bonus action to dash now.
Okay. All right, and you're making your way back to the Temple of Baal.
Yes, in my 1 round I've cleared 150 feet towards it.
Okay. Okay, perfect. You have, what do you do? Were you miming that, or were you?
No. If I pull in, so I imagine I pull into the alleyway, and I'm the first. If I'm the first one taking the lead down this alley, and I see the guys straight ahead of us, and Arslan's coming up behind me, presumably I see this up ahead, and I put my sword away and raise my hands and I say, "Damn it."
What are you doing? What do I solve?
Now yeah, as you come up to the scene.
Oh.
You're like, what do you know? Got it. I'm strong, not stupid.
Sabine.
Sabine has her veil on and she's walking. She's just gonna try to keep walking. It's just she's an average citizen, just walking down the street. She has no weapons on her. She's just walking.
This is fine.
Make a okay. Make a stealth roll.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Make a performance roll.
Okay. Plus 18 plus 20. Not natural.
20, huh? Okay. Hide in plain sight, Sabine. And you're heading back to...
Have a conversation with somebody.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. All right. You head back that way. You run off into the wind and make your way back to the Temple of Baal. Make a... what would be the best... make an insight roll. Just want to make sure you're heading in the right direction.
Oh, like navigating? Oh, okay. Well, that makes it I think, right?
I mean, it's like direction sense. Not everybody knows where north is.
That's fair. That's fair. Hey,
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like a thing. I just, your adrenaline's high. You're fairly new in that place.
16 plus 4, right?
No problem. I mean, it's a fairly right. Yes. Right. Exactly. There could have been a 1.
Hey, guys.
So Sabine and Anupam are. You extricate yourselves from the situation. The rest of you are taken to, and not particularly. I'll telescope a little bit. You're not badly handled, but you're not. The guy that you were meeting, you see that he took an arrow in the leg, and so he's still apparently he's broken the arrow, but he's got the wound there, and they're not, So the rest of you, the 3 of you, are taken, hauled off inside this wagon with the 4th guy, who is in a state of he's tremendously agitated, but he's also in a bad state of shock at the same time. Well, I'm telescoping time a little bit. I mean, you're eventually put into the wagon and taken elsewhere. But yes, but by a large number of guards who also take. You're not the only ones that are taken. By the way, there's also probably about 3 or 4 other people that appear to be locals that are might have been from. You don't really know what the story is. You don't know why they were there, but they're in the back of the paddy wagon. What we'll call the paddy wagon. Sabine, you're heading back to the Gilded Palm, and okay. We'll get back to you in just a second. And you make your way like swift, like nothing swifter, back to the Temple of Baal, with the purpose of. What's your intention?
First and foremost, just to, hunker down, just to go to like basically someplace that I know that I can at least hide or like lay low for like the night at least. Just because that's pretty much the only place where I can stay right now.
Right.
So yeah, basically I'm just trying to, hunker down for the night, and then I'm not gonna just. But just getting somewhere safe for right now.
Yeah.
And then in the morning, I'll try to see if I can get find out what's going on with them. I'll tell the archpriest about what happened.
And when do you?
Maybe he can pull some strings.
When do you do that?
I would I'll see if he's up now, but if he's not, then I'll wait till the morning, I guess.
Okay. All right. So that's what you're about, and. You make it back to the temple without any issue.
Mm-hmm.
It's quiet in the confines, and as anticipated, the archpriest is not. They say he's not available.
Actually, it's kind of important. I think I'll like they say he's just not available. Can I tell him it's just something very important?
Okay. Hold that thought.
Okay.
You're all brought to the three of you. Actually, the three of you are brought to what you know to be the Black Casbah, which is the prison within the. Well, I'm sorry, not the prison. It's where prisoners are held, but it's also a guard barracks and other things that take place there. But it would be not unusual for you to be brought in there to be. In anticipation of being, dealt with by a higher authority. Both of you make, all three of you make insight rolls. Actually, I'm sorry, make an investigation.
Oh, mostly with my box. I trust you.
6 also.
You said insight, correct?
Investigation.
Oh, investigation. 50.
You got a 15.
50?
Okay.
I'm very observant guy.
You are,
When I need to
absolutely.
be.
Yes, exactly. Well, these poor fellows are still trying to.
Well, we're in shock.
They're in shock. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I can't believe it. And you have a higher faith in the criminal justice system, of course. So
I'm sure my
Your-
Spanish heritage will not
your
factor into
sunny
this at all.
disposition and optimism
I
have.
am just a font of happiness.
But you do hear some of the guards referring to a couple make reference to treason and the harshest penalties.
Well, my compatriots, I do believe we are not having the best of nights. I have overheard from
Torture may have been mentioned.
our most benevolent benefactors that we may or may not face treason, the harshest penalties, and if it's something like torture. I do not care to experience this. So let's start thinking when we get a chance. Otherwise, it's been nice knowing you for the what short time we have been acquainted.
And while our zealots ponder the sunny fates that await them, we're going to take a short break and come right back.
When we get 6 camera one. Yeah, I think we're good. I mean, you can obviously. Don't worry about it.
And we're back, right? Okay. Thanks very much. Thanks for staying with us during our short break. When last we met, we were seeing Alexides, Arslan, and Kepri hauled off in the armored wagon to the Black Casbah. Meanwhile, Anupam had made his way to the Temple of Baal, to the Ziggurat of Baal, and Sabine had decided to go back to the Gilded Palm, the tavern where the night's events began the previous evening. You get back to the Gilded Palm.
Okay, I'm going to look in the window. Is the redhead serving girl in there?
You don't see her.
How many floors is the Gilded Palm?
One.
So no one knows about it.
Correct.
But there is a back entrance. Alright, I'm going to go around the back and see if I can the door that to see if any of the doors are open.
Okay. There's an alley that leads to two side streets. There's lots of garbage in the alley. There's a rat scurrying by, and there's a door. And if you try it, it appears to be closed. It appears to be locked.
When I go around the front and look in the window, who is working? Was the man the owner?
The place looks. I mean, it looks empty. I mean, there's one guy. There's one guy there. It's not the owner that you saw before. It's not the owner. There's somebody picking up some shards off the floor, cleaning up some shards of pottery, a bowl or a cup.
Okay, I'm going to walk in.
Okay.
Hello.
He looks at you and, hello, how can I help you?
I'm so sorry to bother you. I was here, what was it, last night? And the sweetest little red-headed barmaid was here, and I was just wondering when she worked here.
Make a persuasion roll.
Not very persuasive today, 7.
Okay. Hold on just 1 second. I'm sorry, I just lost my place, but I'll have. Here we go. The girl, she works during the day.
Oh, what a shame. She seemed so nice. I wanted to give her a tip.
You can leave it with me.
You're funny. I wanted to give it to her directly.
You can see her tomorrow. She will be here. I will really give it to her if you give it to me. I will give it to her. All of it.
I put my hand on his hand. It's not that kind of tip.
He's very flustered by the whole thing.
I was wondering if you happen to know where she might be this evening.
I do not know where the girl lives.
And it's just you here, not the owner?
We are closed. We have We do not open again until morning, when the old men come for coffee.
I see. I'll have to return then, I suppose. And you think she'll be here?
She'll be here.
And what's her name, by the way?
Arbelama.
Arbalama. Beautiful name.
And what is your name?
My name is Audra.
That is also a beautiful name. That is my next wife's name.
As I said, you're funny. Thank you.
He harumphs in the local patois.
Alright. I go back to the temple. The ball.
Okay.
Or head back.
Yeah.
Doing nothing involves me.
When
I'll be the same cell with that guy.
yes.
Is he unflustered yet?
He's not doing very well because he's got an arrow buried in his leg, and they don't appear to have spent any time treating him. So he looks like he's having the worst of it a little bit.
Do you know how to find a wound?
He says, "This is not how it is supposed to be. This is not how it should be." Ah! But he's also a little. You get the sense that that's both his personality coming through, and he may be a little fevered.
I'll attempt to find his wound. I don't have this skill. Put a cloth on it, push on it, lift his leg over.
You can do a medicine roll. What's your wisdom, by the way?
My wisdom is 15.
Okay, so you get that's a +3, right? +2.
7.
Okay.
Oh! Can you be quiet? I'm trying to fix this.
I'm trying to help you. You're not entirely sure that you pushed it deeper in, but who knows? Medicine, you know. And from next to you, you hear a familiar voice says to you, "You might do better trying to pull it out than push it in." A voice that you recognize, but may and have heard before. Not one of these two. And you recognize an acquaintance from the city, Attalus.
You don't know well tonight either. Attalus, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how to bind a wound?
I do. Maybe it's better that I do that than you.
For sure. It's nice to see you again, although under better circumstances I would have preferred.
Make a medicine roll just to see if you kill him. Could happen.
13.
Okay, I mean you.
And plus I have some.
Yeah, between the two of you, you don't kill him. So
I
he's
hold it down like
right. This is the worst pain ever. I confess. Whatever you want. Sorry.
It's not good to see you in here. I understand my transgressions, so
I'm not sure I understand my transgression except being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And maybe saying one word wrong? Maybe?
tell me what happened.
I said yes.
Potentially when you should have said no. Not that I think it would matter.
Join the guy that's
These are my compatriots.
join the gentleman that's wounded.
Make an insight roll.
Natural.
Really?
Boom.
All right, so I'll get back to that in a minute. All right, but
Even our Capri
Capri's fine.
and
He's called Ellis.
Alexi's. I've done work with him in the past. He is not someone to be
Are you playing
too
yours?
overstep. I am, but at the moment, apparently I was also playing Duke this evening earlier, so. How long have you been in here?
What's wrong with that? I've been here for weeks.
Oh,
Got caught in the platinum sector.
have you seen the opportunities for extrication?
Well, I should be out there tomorrow.
What?
That is good news.
There's no escape from this sector.
So it will be through legal means, not extra legal means.
It depends on what you
I mean, for you.
Oh, yes. I've served my time.
Wait, you can just spend the time and then leave?
What depends on what
We
you
need to find out how much time. How long are we here for?
Quiet, traitor.
Oh, that's not a good word to use for expecting any.
Oh my.
I do believe they did mention harshness penalty and possibly torture.
What did you run into?
The captain of the guard and this man you're helping. Traitor.
And now that you finished binding his wounds, you do kind of recognize him because you've seen his face around. You rolled a natural 20? Oh, okay. Yes, that's pretty good.
It's alright.
He was born at 7 p.m. So he's,
Do what I know if they're fraternizing with this gentleman, would that get...
well, you recognize him as a particularly loud and obnoxious a haunter of the Medina of Old Town, named Ariostro, who is hip deep involved in this movement. There's this movement to restore the ancient kings of the city-state, which some might consider political activism, others might consider treason or terrorism.
Oh my. You associating with...
We weren't associating. This was a mistake.
I'm sure that our
I don't think they'll look at it.
I don't either.
I'm sure that our benevolent captors will see it that way as well. I remain very optimistic about our chances.
If we're going to die for you, you need to tell us why we're in here. What did you do?
You said you were the emissary of the exile king.
I was just trying to find out who you were. You said that, I just said yes. That makes you loud enough to understand. It was a ruse. If they ever.
Clever.
We are definitely not in this person.
Wait, there's an innocent man down here. Sorry, I couldn't keep a straight face. I believed him for a minute. He had a very compelling argument.
In high places.
I do if I can get messages.
I will
If you're out tomorrow, yes, the
Archpriest.
Archpriest at Ball. We were
It'll take
doing something for him.
I'm sure it'll take some platinum to increase the palms of the correct people.
He has platinum.
I overhear this.
I want my freedom. I'm just not willing to pay for it.
I don't think I have platinum.
Platinum. I overhear this conversation and I walk up to you and I say, if Arslan says that we can trust you, and I take a ring off my finger and I put it in your hand.
Wait, you had a ring?
No.
Wait a minute. Wait a second. Well, yeah, okay, you hit it. You cleverly turned it in so nobody saw it.
I take my signet ring off, I press it into your hand, and I say, give this to the Archpriest Ball. Tell him that I'm here.
I'm sure you'll get that back.
There you go.
Platinum.
I'm afraid I have no such trinket to give, unfortunately.
I think there should
You
be.
do have that thing there.
Should you be found with that,
I don't mind me. That's
and
hardly
if
a
you're
trinket.
stealing it, it will cost you your life.
They have to catch me.
Fair enough.
Wait, have you already been caught once?
That says the man who's currently in jail.
If
You'll never catch me
catch me!
again.
Wait, how many times have you been in here? You seem to know the policies quite well.
Let me have my ring back. I think I've made a terrible mistake.
The guy walks by like, hey, Bob.
Sorry. Sorry, I lost it. All right.
Dealing with lifestyle things or mad?
It wasn't what we thought we were doing, but
You know what they'll do to you.
Arvin of Konak, the Archpriest of Wall, he'll tell you what you need to know about what we were doing. It wasn't what you think.
It's not what I think. It's
I know. He'll.
That's what they think. I'll never get that back
We
again.
know who has not. It's him.
No, I'm just kidding. Maybe.
And he's the only one that I know that would have full
Someone gets
details
found
on this.
by the wrong people, they're losing their hands, so it's cool.
I'll make fun of it.
Not to mention, it would be a good contact for you if you don't already know him.
I'm
Better for me, left me a little profile. I don't have to say it right.
Meanwhile, at the ziggurat
Yes.
of Baal,
Mm-hmm.
you're cooling your heels for literally. You're barefoot, right?
Yeah.
So Anupam is took his sandals off for a minute, and you are waiting with an increasing sense of anxiousness, having not certain what happened to the rest of your companions. When a black-robed younger priest comes for you and says, "Come, His Eminence will speak you. We'll meet with you." He rubs the sleep out of his own eyes. It's probably about, it's probably like 3 or 4 in the morning.
At least this time it didn't take 3 days.
He looks at you and doesn't understand what you do.
Yeah.
And led down the marble halls to the archpriest's private quarters. And he's also just being awakened. He's completely nude, and I've just gotten out of the bath, and you see there are other servants that are helping him dress. I was told that this was a matter of urgency.
Yeah, I think you can say that. So, in the process of trying to locate where your rogue priest has gone to, the rest of the
Speak.
the rest of the party has been arrested.
On what account?
Okay, so here's what happened. Okay, so we were attempting to meet with a contact who probably had a means of meeting with the cult that your priest had fled with, or supposedly had fled with. Turns out that the local guard had also known about this meeting and set up a bit of a sting. And most, if not all, the other party members are currently in the Black Casbah.
This is not good tidings.
I agree. Which is...
We must send word at once. No, we must. I will send word to the prefect of Vadishar. And
I was going to say, you may want to put a bit of a haste on that. I get the sense that the penal system in this city is not what you would call the most humane.
it is doing its job. Eminence, a priest comes into the archpriest's chambers and bows and says, "The girl Sabine has come. She has a matter of urgency."
Oh, is Sabine made out?
She was with you,
Yes, she was.
and you're taken to the archpriest's chambers, and you see him, all of him, and right, and he gets dressed. They put him in his scarlet robes, and he proceeds to get pen and paper, and the rest of you spend a night in the dungeons of the Black Casbah, and you know you. He's mostly he's fevered. You talking about Ariastra, right? Yeah. Right. I mean, he's raving. He's mostly conscious, but he's he's feverish, and he's raving about how his raving at his betrayal.
Can I give him some calm his nerves a bit? If I still have it. If it hasn't been taken over.
You probably don't have anything to give him. And the rest of the night, proceeds gloomily. Typically, in the morning, you know that you would all be taken at the same time out of these cells. You would know this. You would be taken at the same time to be processed, whichever ways you were going. You out into the sunlight, them. Who knows? The rack.
I'll try and catch up with battles, 'cause I haven't taken a long time.
Right.
If I get out of this, I still have a stall on the bazaar.
I remember.
To escape to.
I'll have my...
If he doesn't get out of this, you have a stall on the bazaar.
I've offered to teach you sentence, but unfortunately they have taken my board, so I'm afraid our little lesson will have to wait for later. They don't even allow us to come in the state conference. So inhospitable.
I will owe you for that. Oh, I know. We'll all talk to you.
I'll return quickly. Or pass word.
When they come take us, they take you out. And he said he was getting out today, but, I have my suspicions about anybody here ever getting out.
Right.
I've never heard that
Glad I
do
figuring
kind of strange new friend.
Also not that big of a thing.
Right.
Kind of strange new friend. In the odd event that we do not make it out, please ensure that, if at all possible, send my body back to Capri. See about sending my body back to Capri for Kemet for proper modification. Look up Nofrakan. He should reward you handsomely. Thank you. Says with a smile that's starting to look a little less than cheerful.
I kind of look at that. He's
Yes.
To be fair, I'm aware of the situation. I am just hoping for miracles.
There were two others that got out. But they're all ones.
I'll essentially find out from some sources to see what we can do.
One that isn't.
Well, I'll take his ring and head my way to the temple.
Thank you.
You doze a little bit, in the early morning hours, and shortly after daybreak, they come for you, and the four of you, plus there were, as I mentioned, there were three other people that were sort of taken up in that same incident with you. They weren't connected. They didn't seem to be connected with you. They were probably just in the wrong place at the wrong time, much like you, but in a different way. Right? Exactly. Even less deserving, and. And they also come for you, Attalus. They do not bring the guy who was on the ground, who eventually did fall asleep fitfully, bundled up in his own, and apparently your work did, at least help him out a little bit. Everybody make a, well, the three of you actually make a perception roll.
Ooh, even worse.
3.
Oh, Attalus, I'm sorry, you two make a perception roll too. 19? Okay. So they basically, you just overhear them saying that he's going to be taken to a separate cell. Right. You got that name from Attalus.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, if you were going to tell him, you would have told him in the nighttime,
I was trying to bring about the return of the other kings.
He's a malcontent, he's.
Not completely unlike what we expected, actually.
Right. Has a following, and that group is
I want to see the return of power.
the Legion of Caliph. Yeah.
Exactly what we thought he was.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a following anymore. Probably.
So they bring you to the. They bring you out of the Black Casbah, which is a walled fortress within the old town, within the old town area, and you're taken by wagon to this large, the prefecture, which is also a walled Casbah castle, which is where the city government takes place, and inside this large, teeming court with a lot of functionaries. There's notaries, secretaries, people who are doing business, there to do business with the city. And you see sitting in a raised official chair on a dais is that official that was in charge of the raid last night, and who you both would recognize as the prefect of Vadashar. He's sort of like the city manager, but with ornate armor, and this is like the prefecture court, So you go there, and there's literally dozens of prisoners, and you guys are among many. There's there's guards, heavily armed. You guys are bound, and you see that there are other people inside this. In addition to the prisoners, you see there's people that are probably family members. It's teeming with. Yeah, exactly, and it's teeming with people. Right, exactly. So, and it takes them quite a while for you to make your way through the. Everybody make an insight roll. Everybody that's there.
15.
21.
Okay. And after you're there for about a half hour, you detect some sort of commotion towards the far end of the hall, and coming in from one side is a large group of people. They look like officials. They look like they're dressed with officials, nobles, people with of an aristocratic mien. Everybody that's present there. Actually, Attalus and Arslan make a history roll.
Is the gentleman that they got caught with, is he also in the room or somewhere in there with us?
He didn't. They didn't bring him out
Okay.
when you guys left the Casbah. Okay. Did you make a roll? Oh, yeah, actually, okay. So, actually, you should make a history roll also, because you have been there for a little bit.
History, you said?
Yeah.
16.
Okay. Okay. That beats a moderate difficulty. So, at the far end of this room, you see the person on the dais, who was, as I said, the official that was there from the night before that supervised your arrest. He steps down off the dais and he bows, and you see that a group of people step up, both men and women, come up to the dais, and one of them in particular looks to be the source of a great deal of deference. He's younger, in his maybe around 30, with dressed very, very well, with a white tunic and a lot of gold decoration, both on his tunic and on his person.
Would it be fair to say this is, his name escapes me at the moment, the young priest, is it?
No, you recognize him as the patrician of Vadishar.
Okay.
And so he, there appears to be some sort of conversation going on between him and the prefect over on the dais. And presently, a large group of guards come down and come to get you. And you see that they come to get you, and you.
Well, prayer has been answered. Will be parting very swiftly.
You and he were tied up together, and the guard who unchains you from him says, "Oh, you're out of here, Attalus, eh?"
It's my lucky day.
Stand over there.
Well,
And yes, sir.
I think I'm supposed to be released today, too. says every prisoner ever. When they do something,
And you feel that you're being shoved in the back by something. But it was a worthy effort. And the three of you are brought up to the dais by heavily armed men, and you're released, Atlas.
I go collect my possessions.
Yeah, I mean, or you can stay here also.
I was gonna kind of go to the back of the room and just see what
Yeah,
happens.
yeah, sure. I mean, like I said, it would not be out of the ordinary. There's people that that get released and hang out. They can't get enough. Institutionalized types, you know. So, so they bring you up to the three of you up front.
Maybe see if I'm gonna be the owner of a new stall.
And, right. The that stall changes hands more ways like that. At the at the front of the prefecture court, you see that this younger guy has taken his is now sitting where the prefect is, and he's surrounded by people, and
do I recognize him? Do I recognize him as being one of the priests that I've seen?
who?
I thought you said there was somebody who wrote this look like a ball.
No, it doesn't. No, not even remotely like that. But Kepri knows who it is.
That's why I said, that's why I made it a little quick. I do believe you've been granted the highest honor. The patricians here to see our face. I believe it is our face. Or so I suppose. I don't believe I've been in trouble with the system of judgment long enough to know this. Sure. My dear Coronian, I'm sure that the gods will have mercy on our souls. Probably. Probably not.
And brought before the patrician. You also see there's about with him are about a dozen people, men and women, who appear to be people of the court, probably important people.
By the way, the bravado and enthusiasm is quickly slipping away. Quickly. Okay.
And
Were they given an opportunity to talk, or was there just a decision made by the people out here?
well, you were being brought up, but you see that there was conversation going on amongst these powerful people prior to your arrival at the dais.
Other prisoners went up. Were they ever given an opportunity to say anything or to state what had happened or whatever, or was it pretty much you're brought up and they just make a decision?
You got the sense that there was some sort of exchange between the prefect, who was sitting in judgment prior to the patrician taking his seat, but some sort of exchange between the accused, and the prefect. So, but of course there's no guilty people in the Black Casbah. So, right. Are these the accused traitors here, prefect? And
We're not traitors.
yet you are accused of having not only met with the leader of the Legion of Khalifa, but also assisting him in his escape. Am I right? We can tolerate a great many things in Vadashar, but treason is not among them.
Well, what we were doing was not treason. It was we were attempting to infiltrate on behalf of someone of great importance. But I'd rather not state out loud here.
must be someone of tremendous importance to be certain if you would not tell me. Do you not know who I am, good friend?
I do, and I'm very much in fear for my life at this moment. But I also know that what we were doing was not treasonous. It just looked like it because of the circumstance from outside. But if I could explain in a place where there's not so many ears, I think you would understand better, and perhaps you might make a decision different than the one you're probably predisposed towards at the moment.
Well, you make a persuasion roll.
Nine.
Backspin.
That dice is going out. That was the backspin?
It was the
Yeah, never
backspin.
do backspin.
No backspin.
Oh, yeah. I wish I'd known that.
I did roll a lot better in a
Okay.
trade today.
Yeah, I don't have a trade.
Yeah, gotta get a
I'm
trade.
doing my dice all wrong.
Yeah.
Clearly.
It's just- Your argument fails to persuade me. He says, surely you know that everyone here in chains has a powerful patron who will rescue them if only I give them the opportunity to speak with me in private.
And I think that most of them probably are guilty of whatever they have done. The guard does not randomly go selecting people to arrest, I'm under the assumption of. But what happened tonight really was not what it looked like from the outside. The person of whom I speak, I am sure you know personally.
And you, who are you? You do not seem to be of the typical ilk that we see here at Prefecture Court. Are you mute?
I am not. I am, however, remiss to tell you who I am for fear that I will not receive fair treatment within the walls of your city.
I'm both intrigued and mildly put off by the suggestion that a traveler to Vadashar would not receive fair treatment.
If you were I, you would feel the same.
Of course, keep in mind, friend, that you speak to me in shackles, and I am therefore somewhat...
Hesitant to leave my side of the story.
Although I would not want to insult you in any way, shape, or form, of course.
I appreciate that.
May I write the name of the person I'm speaking of, so that I don't have to say it out loud? Then we don't need to go into private chambers to discuss it. I'm capable of writing.
He says, you may come and whisper it into my ear.
I'll go up very, slowly and...
Well, yeah, and then there's guards that take you up, so...
And I go and whisper, we were on mission for Department of Knox, our priest mall,
And,
to infiltrate this group.
make a persuasion roll.
21.
Okay.
I'm sure if you sent a message, you would get one back.
He says,
Me and my compatriots were all doing this.
everybody make a, all of you present, I should say, make a perception roll.
14.
18.
9.
Okay. Okay.
It is a whisper. I don't want even the guards to hear it.
Right. So he, the patrician calls this older man who was standing by his side, who is also rather officially dressed. Not ostentatiously, but looks like he's important, and he's older. He looks like he's in his 60s. And
Making my way closer, over here.
okay. And he says something to him, and the man nods and steps off. The patrician says, "I'm happy to verify to see if this person will vouchsafe what you say."
Thank you, that's all I can ask. Trust but verify.
Wisdom. Of course, if it's not true, the penalty, well,
I think we were already at that point.
that's a fair point. By coincidence, the archpriest and company are making their way to the prefecture as we speak, and presently you are
Well, this is very interesting. We're on the way.
right. And so basically, you're witnessing all of these from a distance. You also witness the entourage of the archpriest of Baal come in with several other persons, and that's where we'll stop. Not permanently. We'll take a break.
Whoa.
Thank you, and welcome back to Zealots of Zul, our third episode. And so, at the prefecture court, which is being presided over by the patrician, all of our zealots have come together, and when last week, before the break, the Archpriest of Baal had just arrived and was confirming the story that Arslan had told to Prince Courtyard, who is the patrician of Vadashar. And they clear the they clear the hall. It takes a little time. But the patrician wants to be able to speak to whatever the story that you have. And actually, they do. What do you do?
Make my way.
Okay.
Stay as close as I can.
Okay. Or you could say, I'm with them. But you don't have to. I mean, otherwise, the alternative would be to wait outside. Okay. I'm not entirely clear, Archpriest, as to the nature of the machination that you have these people working on, but I can honestly say that I cannot give official sanction to you fomenting treason. And the Archpriest says this is not treason, Your Highness. This is an investigation into an internal matter into the temple, which I believe that these zealous agents have rubbed up against the treason of which you speak. Now I'm thoroughly confused, says he.
We were trying to infiltrate this group to find something that was stolen from the church.
Archpriest, if you would give me liberty to speak. Patricia, for all intents and purposes, you may refer to me as Alex. In our duties for and on behalf of the Church of Baal, we were entreated to find and recover a book known as the Book of... We were a device that was stolen by an associate of the church, who, it is told to us, had done so on behalf of a group known as the Watchers of the Eye. We, seeking a way to entreat with the Watchers of the Eye, sought those within the city's walls that were destitute and or deranged in nature. The most apparent and easily accessed of whom were, as we were told, the Legion of Caliph, who we were told were operating out of a certain bar and or tavern-like establishment. Hence we went there to seek to entreat with them, hoping that there would be some overlap between these groups. In doing so, we made acquaintance with the gentleman with whom you caught us. However, that was merely a ruse. We were attempting to gain his trust, to infiltrate his organization, to make throughways to this other group, the Watchers of the Eye, so that we might recover this artifact for the church.
And this group that you these traitors. This is the group that you were seeking out.
Which group?
The Watchers of the Eye. These are the same people that you were mixed up with last night.
That would be the Legion of Khalif, or at least the leader
We
thereof.
apparently had associations with the other group that we
What?
did need to get into, but we had no other way of getting in except through this group.
We are told that the Watchers of the Eye are an extension, and by proxy, a remnant of a group that was at one point known as the Hegemons of the Pearl.
That is a name of which I am intimately familiar. But you're saying you have proof that the Legion of Khalifa is somehow related to the.
We do not. However, we have reason to believe that those individuals within the caste of society that are of the least means are preyed upon by both of these groups and hoped that there would be some interplay between the two.
And you see this very striking woman with dark hair, and only the suggestion of gray. Her hair is almost blue-black.
Like my mother's.
She says, yeah, true. She says, she looks at you with a very imperious, with an imperious gaze, and says, "My handmaiden is also of the same ilk from which you speak, but she is no more of a traitor to the patrician my son than I am. Not all of the rabble are seeking to overthrow the order of things."
Nor am I.
And who is that precisely? Who are you, young man?
I suppose that I can put on this ruse no longer. I am Alexides, son of Clan Masahem, first of his name, immortal son of Baal, son of Tigranes II, Hadashah of the Quranian Empire, and King of Kings of Zul.
And there's a bunch of, there's quite a bit of quiet conversation that breaks out amongst the group that are there. A lot of murmuring, watermelon, cantaloupe, strawberry ice cream.
Peas and carrots.
And I never heard that one. And the like, and the patrician holds up his hand, and
You need no more proof than to ask the Archpriest of Baal. I was sent here to seek out him.
"Is this true, Your Eminence?" And he says, "It is. He is, the young Alexides is a subdeacon within the precepts of the Ziggurat, in my service, my lord." "Well, I am honored to have a member of the household of the Padishah here in our noble city. Please consider yourself welcome."
Thank you. And now that I have told you who I am, you can understand why it is that discretion is of the utmost importance.
Well, fortunately, we're all among friends here, and I can speak with certainty as to the goodwill and the discretion of all of the members of my court.
I have a hard time. I don't say this out loud, but I had a very hard time.
Apparently, Scott also has a hard time believing it, but
Can I make an insight roll of everybody who is currently listening to this, not in the party, but like,
Yeah.
just of any other satellite people.
I mean, you can assume that they're all.
Very well known for his discretion.
You could assume that they're all officials from the court, and they're all probably. I mean, chances are they're all backstabbing courtiers who will pursue their own agendas, and
Alright.
you know.
I was just
So
trying to see if maybe I
Yeah.
one day won't take one direction, keep going on or something like that.
It's the guy with the curved dagger, like,
Really?
but they all make a heroic effort to keep a straight face through that.
It's like, you know, when like the face is straight, the eyes go. Yeah.
Your safety is well. Certainly, there are no guarantees in life, as you can as you can attest, no doubt, my friend. But you can, I can guarantee you that your safety is of my paramount concern while you are visiting us here in Vadishar, and I am certain that as a member of the household of the Archpriest, you will be afforded all of the honor that your noble status is entitled to, my lord. Thank you again for visiting us here. I hope we may have more such conversations, and I apologize for your treatment up until this point. I would suggest, though, that you find more pleasant company than avowed traitors. That is something that most people in Quran or Vadishar look down upon.
I much appreciate your advice, but I would assure you that any activities which we got up to were done so on behalf of the Temple of Baal. We wish to rout out and eliminate these Watchers of the Eye.
So the Archpriest has vouchsafed, and I believe your good intentions, Lord Alexides, but I would offer that a city the size of Vadishar is filled with all manner of malcontents. It is my intention to address all of the corruption and matters that have led to to where the city is at this point. The hegemons of the Pearl, for all of the fact that they were misguided and thoroughly betrayed the trust that was placed in them for the time that they ruled the city, they were correct that there are too many institutions here that have been allowed to backslide for too long. The corruption is rampant. This is a city of thieves. I mean to do something about it in a way that does more than pay lip service to that. And I assure you that that we are making efforts to do that. The hegemons, of course, are just part of the symptom, which is that there are those who would rather not contribute, that would rather take and rule than make life better for everyone here in the valley.
I bought that.
Everybody make perception rolls.
21.
Okay.
Wasn't the dice tray?
14.
This tray is useless.
Oh, that is a horrible tray.
9.
Okay, so you all get the sense that the patrician seems very sincere in his in what he's saying. There's a
Yeah, that was, listen, the first time it was a little dribble, that time was just like a straight up deluge of coffee. It's fine, I'm good.
but you also get the sense that the microphone can pick all these little all these things up too. You get the sense that not all the members of the court are necessarily as committed to reform and an end to corruption as the patrician is.
I'd like to make a mental note of whoever I see what looks like maybe I may not be on the side of angels here.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly some laughing and snickering and the like. I mean, you make notation face. Even his mother, you see, seems not impressed with the effort. you know. So,
I have a question.
madam,
Where is the dowager princess in relation to me?
the lady, she's not really a princess. All right. Well, you're with the archpriest's entourage. So if they're all up here, you'd be someone off to the side over here with the archpriest.
Could I move toward her, or will that
Yeah.
cause a...
I mean, there's not there's space in between, and there's it would be a natural
Okay.
action.
I will start discreetly moving in her general direction.
Okay.
Not looking like I'm planning on assassinating her.
Yeah.
Just walking like, in her general direction.
Okay. Okay. What are the rest of you doing? Anupam?
Well, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on everything, basically. I mean, with my 21 perception, I'm basically just trying to make sure that, nobody is doing anything untoward and making sure this all goes down smoothly.
Okay.
We're still shackled and fettered, correct? Or
No. They released all of you
okay. I make my way toward.
before Atlas left.
Okay. Make my way towards Anupam. Ah, brother, Neth be praised. I told you things would work out quite well.
Yes, you're welcome.
Do not forget, dear brother. I did have a hand in that helping your escape.
To be fair, that hand also led me to the middle of that rooftop.
Yes, but now you were able to make your miraculous leap to safety. All part of the plan.
And my years of training, but we'll not split hairs. We'll not split hairs.
Thank you, and I apologize for taking time from the court doing its other diligence. I hope to never be in front of you in this manner again.
You're a wise man. And what was your name, friend?
My name is Larson. I have a stall in the bazaar. If you ever need anything, let me know. I'm just a merchant.
Your function and contribution to the weal and health of our community and the city-state is greatly appreciated, friend Arslan.
Thank you.
And whatever this clandestine business that you're up to with the archpriest, I hope that it turns out to the benefit of yourself and all.
And hopefully it works better than this.
Can I get close enough to the lady to speak with her quietly?
Alexides.
I've said my piece. Whatever will be now, we have business to be attending to. I appreciate the discretion, not saying this or having this be broadcast the entirety of this courtroom. But we have business that is important that we must be attending.
On my honor, all of our business shall be conducted with the utmost and thoroughest discretion.
We should go on our way, though.
And you-
There's more things to be done.
And in the meantime, you sidle up to the lady Ekramala.
Most exalted lady, and I bow deeply. You won't remember, of course, but we met a short time ago at Lord Kenton's.
Is that true?
Part of game, yes. Around here, yes.
Was that at the very
That was good.
That was
what
that-
I was passed on to the service.
correct. Okay, sweet. I remember. Okay, and she says, "You're right. I cannot recall."
Of course, nor would I expect you to. I am but a humble servant of the Lord Patrician and the Archpriest. I simply wanted to say before I left that the well-being of the Lord Patrician is most dear to my heart. And perhaps your exalted ladyship could mention to his exalted lordship that his high ideals of ridding Padishar of the terrible people, many of whom lie at its lowest ranks, could possibly put his exalted lordship's life in danger. The archpriest and myself are working very hard to ensure that such a thing would never happen.
And she says, what precisely do you do for the archpriest?
I gather as much information as I can for him, so that we could be of better service.
I see. That's an interesting service indeed to have performed, and you're certainly lovely enough to be competent at it. I've no doubt. Perhaps sometime you might share with me some of your expertise.
I am at your ladyship's disposal always.
And what is your name, dear? I'll remember that. And around this time, you were just saying something about leaving.
It would not be a problem. I think we should leave from the court and let you get about your day. And, I'm sure clearing the court has at least attracted some eyes outside too.
Make a persuasion roll, Sabine, please. Okay. You are free to leave with the appreciation of our court.
Thank you. And I bow.
So any whispers outside the porch when all those people went in and everyone was ushered out that was just saying,
Make a perception roll, Alice. What'd you roll?
20.
You roll.
No.
Okay.
Just.
There seems to be a sense from the crowd outside, or from the people outside, that they're all done for.
Oh, this could be a good day.
The doors open, and you see they step out into the sunlight.
Don't worry, there are any more plans to be taken care of. Would you like to see this all?
Certainly.
But definitely, we need to have some discussion. And it may not be in our best interest to do it openly, or even in a ziggurat.
We could go through my book. It's free of prying eyes.
Okay.
No one's going to know that.
That sounds good. Let's go there.
You go to Atalus's flat in Old Town.
My friends, now that you know my true name and nature, it is of the greatest import that you understand the danger that I am placed with.
Yes, I was going to say, what exactly were you planning to tell us that we were traveling with somebody who was more or less radioactive?
I do not know what
I'm not sure. I heard somebody say it.
You know, we all place each one of us into a near impossible situation that it almost surely was going to end in death. It wasn't you that put us there, it was all of us that put us there. We need to be better and more careful.
It wasn't all of us that put us there. It was one particular person. I think we all know who that was.
I think you're talking about the young lady who gave us the information.
Needless to say, she is someone that we should follow up with. However,
Who is this individual?
We remember, I remember seeing him going to a specific building on our way in.
Likely to inform us.
Who is this that you speak of?
Do you ever make your way to build a pond?
That quite well?
So maybe you have seen her. I'll describe the.
She's a barkeep there. I don't remember her name. Did we get her name?
It was really long.
I'll tell you what it is. Just yeah, exactly. Arbalama.
Arbalama. Little red-headed wench.
She's, I do.
And then we know of her.
She just started working there not too long ago.
She's rather new.
She's rather informant.
She rather needs to be disciplined for what's occurred.
Well, she is trying to recruit out treasonous actions, and we were in the wrong place.
or she is trying to deflect from another group that it might be maybe more treasonous.
And that's also possible in a place like this. In other places, I would be skeptical.
She needs to be interrogated. Carefully, slowly.
How old is she? 20s?
Yeah, she's in her 20s.
Well, I'm not very good at persuading the truth out of people, but I think I am for sure.
I could have some friends that could garner some information about her.
I mean, I'm sure you could hire somebody to beat her up if that's what you want to do. You know? Feel good about that?
I just want 5 minutes alone with her. I'm sure we discuss things.
What would you do with those 5 minutes?
Speak with her, of course.
Much more.
Speak with your words, alone.
She's responsible for...
Use all your words, Sabine.
Relationship informed a way to consider what was being. She could be working for the cigar, in which case she set us up and that other person up. But she seems to be in good with that person. We gave him a private room and everything, so
She could be confidential informant.
she could be.
In which case, I wouldn't fault her for turning us in that case.
She put our lives in danger.
I mean, considering the fact that the the archpriest was able to back us up on our story there,
We should
Are
not let
our
her
lives-
into it.
you're right. However, where your lives are truly in danger.
Yes.
Oh, our lives are definitely in danger. All ours. Because it somehow.
I mean, as soon as you all put your hands up and surrendered, you weren't harmed.
At that moment.
You're being very compassionate to someone near the cost of your life.
Have compassion for the law. Is that a thing?
It depends on the law, I suppose, but sure.
You're alive, unharmed, unspoiled, and back where you should be.
No thanks to her.
I believe that Sabine is right. We need to find out where her allegiances lie and deal with her. She is the future problem to us. We must know
rather than drag her into interrogation. It'd be better to know who she's talking to first, then find out what she's talking about.
That is a wise plan of action. Find out where she goes, who she's talking to.
If she's an informant, she's not very high up in whatever organization she's in. She's an informant. There's somebody above her and somebody that is making decisions.
Who among us is good at spying?
Has she seen all of you?
I'm fairly dexterous, but I'm not very good at being hidden.
Well, she does not know me.
Until tonight, I thought we were all pretty good. Or at least a few of us were. Now I'm doubting every bit of that.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right.
You did not see me.
She's not seeing you, but you said you know her.
I
You
frequented the tower.
So you would be an unknown.
An unknown, but unknown to us as well, in the sense of how well do you know your friend here and his abilities?
He's capable.
Good, then he is useful.
I can gather some information. Speak to some.
We do need to act quickly though. We don't know how long we have before whatever lead this is runs dry or becomes disconnected in some other way.
She's supposed to be working tonight. We can send him in. How well do you hold your liquor?
As well as I know.
I'll see what I can do to augment that then. I guess I'm making a medicinal.
What are you trying to do?
Try to make something that he can take with him that will keep him more or less reasonably sober if he's sitting in a tavern drinking. Unless there's another plan.
Tube from the stomach to the
I don't know how a medicine roll would accomplish that.
Like herbs.
Yeah.
You could put into.
That would be more.
I mean, you could take like tea leaves or something that would have caffeine in it and create some sort of a tincture.
And I have some background and some of that, so I can come up. I'm sure you
Also, a full belly of meat probably helps as much as anything.
Yeah, eat a bunch of bread and drink a bunch of caffeine.
Actually, the best thing is drink free water. Caffeine doesn't really sober you up at all.
So she's seen all of you? She knows all of your face?
Yes.
She knows all of us.
If she noticed my face.
I was in disguise.
We had a conversation
We both
at our
were.
table.
I am, however, remiss to go out in public now without suitable defense.
Change up your disguise.
Fair enough.
Easily done. I can disguise as many of us as want to go, but it would look a suspicious large party going in and watching her all day.
So is that what we're planning to do for today? Just watch a young girl go about her business?
I'm not keen on. I'm not keen. I'm not clear on what it is that you're trying to watch her for.
I would think maybe I could make some inquiries
About.
her.
I mean, I understand.
And her acquaintances.
I mean, you.
Try to understand her connection up whatever chain it is that she's connected to. If that is.
Well, you do know who she's connected with, though. That's why I'm curious. You do know who she's connected to.
We suspect that she was the one who informed us.
Okay.
We do not, however, know whether she is an inside informant for the town guard or the city guard, or if she is actually working with another organization and is a double agent.
Or it's just a big coincidence. Which I doubt.
What's the? I don't.
Way too many guards for her.
Yeah.
But I don't understand. What coincidence? Well.
The
So
fact
many
that- the fact
guards,
that
just
all
so
the
it's
guards
like
showed
that.
up at
Well, I mean, I think that's a fair. I think that's. I don't think that you have to follow someone. I mean, I think it's a fairly reasonable conclusion that that meeting was compromised,
Yeah. Completely.
right?
We just want to know that if did she Did she sell us out, if it wasn't me her, did she sell us out because she's working for someone else?
Well, she doesn't know you, so she's not really. I see what you're saying by.
She was setting him up.
Right. She said it was him up. She did give us that information to meet with him. And she gave us the information to meet with him. So
Right.
what
How
we
do-
want to know is
Who are the people that you're trying to get to?
the one.
Watches the eye.
Do I have any connections with any of that?
Make a history. Make an investigation roll. It's int.
13.
Okay.
Well, 50.
You don't know that you have not heard that name before. Of course, you do know of the hegemons of the Pearl because you were here during that. For that. But I guess what I'm trying to just get my arms around here for on your characters on your behalf is if she sold you out to the guard, what will that, other than satisfying a curiosity about a specific, I'm just trying to make sure that I understand that I understand what you're trying to accomplish.
We're trying to determine whether she sold us out to the guard because she's actually a law-abiding citizen hiding behind the shadows.
What does that matter?
Because that would mean that her purpose for turning us into the guard was for her own internal.
As opposed to being an agent for the Watchers, and
Yeah.
trying to deflect attention.
Why are you
Yes.
trying to find the Watchers there?
Because the priest.
Sold something.
Oh, right, I wasn't in there.
There's a priest.
But this guy Ariostro, he is. That's what I meant. She is connected to him. Okay, she's the one that put you in the same, room with him, so to speak.
Correct.
Right.
We suspect that she was an agent for the guard who set us up.
And so you are taking umbrage on Ariostro's behalf because you feel that it's
On
bad.
our behalf, because
You're upset because she betrayed her friend Ariostro?
No, we're upset because she put us in danger. She told us to go to this place. Where she
Yes.
where she then betrayed him, setting us up. Yes.
Right,
knowing
right.
that we were
Ah,
working there as well.
I gotcha.
It is personal. But also,
Okay.
did she do it because she's really...
Understood. I understand that now.
You have to understand the life of that show. It's nothing personal. She was just had an opportunity to make some coin, and you happen to fill that void.
But who was
She tried to kill me. It's personal.
To be fair, I mean, does it really matter if she was or wasn't? Regardless, it doesn't change the mission.
My question is, who was putting the coin in her pocket? Was it
And-
the guard, or was it the guard plus someone else that she then, after the fact, went to and said,
It was the guard, at least.
Everybody make an insight roll.
I believe we are going in circles around the
Natural
table.
20.
It was a natural 20.
Plus...
Close, thank you.
Natural 20 plus 2.
Yes. So, who, just for argument's sake, I mean, who else could have tipped off the guards?
Oh, we think it's... Well, we think it's her, but it could have been...
I know who you think it is.
It could have been, yes, it could have been the thugs, it could have been the restaurant owner. It could have been someone inside the temple hall. Who's just
I'm
being
sure
short
it was the restaurant.
to whatever, well, not, just because he's cowardly doesn't mean...
Tell me the situation. What occurred?
Let's go down.
I guess one of the things that I'd like you to recall while you're going through that, I don't mind you chasing down any of these things, is does it get you closer to the Watchers?
We don't know.
That was my point, is that it doesn't matter whether she did or didn't, it doesn't change the mission.
Right, so she did it on behalf of the Watchers.
I mean, I would say, I would offer this. Why would she? Let me ask you. I guess my question is, what is she? What's in it for this woman to betray you, who she doesn't know?
It wasn't about us. but she did tell us to be at that place.
Right.
Which put us in line of fire.
So this
This
is
is in a position that would be obvious and actionable.
this is how I rationalize it. We were a tool that she used to compromise Ariostro's position. Right? If she were an agent of the Watchers of the Eye and the Legion of Khalifa and the Watchers of the Eye are both vying for some amount of power within the city of Vadashar, then it didn't matter who she set up the meeting with. She putting Ariostro in a compromised position and then informing the guard on him to get him captured would remove the Legion of Khalifa from a position of power within the city.
Right.
And would open up that space for the Watchers of the Eye to come in and fill whatever space that is and recruit the people that otherwise might have been recruited by the Legion.
Let me. Now, what did you rolled on insight, right? Okay. You rolled a natural 20. Okay. So you have a very strong feeling that both of you do that even though whatever this very interesting Agatha Christine.
Possibility we were contemplating.
Yes, well, you see, the killer, he was really the former valet to Colonel Lindbergh. Yes. Or perhaps he just slipped in the bathtub. So you also know to a certainty, to an absolute certainty, that she's not the only person in that room that could have tipped off the guards. But by the way,
Those two men were listening in.
and I don't have a problem with you wanting. Did I mention earlier that you could hire somebody to beat the crap out of her if you want? I mean, that's what's. But so I'm just mentioning. But you, those of you, you have a very strong feeling that this is a very.
I think she's just the most salient lead because we know her name and know where to find her.
Well, you know that she's connected to some nefarious shit. There's no question. Okay.
So we saw her. She set up the meeting, and we saw her go and do some errand before the meeting. So that's why she was suspicious. But yeah, we know it could be any of them.
But those two people who were sitting there, everyone was afraid of them, including the owner and her. And
Sure, it could be them, but I also wouldn't put it past the owner. Just because he's cowardly doesn't mean he doesn't want money, and doesn't mean he doesn't want a pat on the back from the guard. And
I think he was fearful of those two.
But again, and again, I just want to make sure. Again, I don't want to discourage you from tracking down any of these, but I just want to be sure that all things being equal, if you discover that somebody tipped off the guards, what is that? What will that get you? I just want to be.
That's also what I was saying. It doesn't
Am I
matter
able to
if she,
depending on
get some
her motive.
information?
well, I mean, even
About
if she
what's
was
going
reasonable
on
or
there.
whatever, it doesn't change what we have to do.
Well, if her motive was that she's with the Watchers, then that's a connection to the Watchers.
Okay. Well,
That was the
We
only
need to-
the only reason we were going to send an expendable person to keep an eye on her.
You're expendable.
While the rest of us followed other leads.
I enjoyed
That was
the meeting.
that was the rationale. We haven't had him before, so we could afford to use him for that.
Sabine,
And the rest of us followed other leads.
criminal mastermind.
Oh boy.
Plus Sabine,
I'm not- I love it.
personal offense to the person who possibly set her up to be killed. Or-
I dig it.
Mhm.
I'm friend of all
We need
y'all.
to reconsider all of the things that transpired and find out what leads we potentially missed and what leads we still need to follow. When we went to the two establishments, this was the one that gave us the information we needed to get into the trouble we got into.
Mhm.
At the other establishment, it really was not fruitful in that way. Well, except for you, perhaps.
Did the guards take his package?
I had the package stored at the stall. It is safe.
Darn.
You are not getting rid of it. I have paid good money for that.
Not that easily.
I was about to say, could you have at least like RP'd the part where they like actually find it and be like, what the
Oh my god. You may not be privy to this, but he acquired.
I have come into possession of a, how do we say,
A phallic symbol.
A rather interesting double-headed phallic symbol.
It's not really a symbol. It's
it has a very specific purpose.
There's no symbolism.
let's just say it is an act of worship. It is a tool for the act of worship of Lord Apophis in the carnal set.
Yeah.
That's a very eloquent way to put it.
Thank you. I like to think that I have my moments.
And only marginally offensive.
Yeah, marginally.
I'm not sure to whom.
Is there anything that we missed in the days that we went through?
Undoubtedly.
Those two people are our best leads at the moment, but we have to find out who they are. She may know that.
Or
anything.
it very well could have been what we
And the owner might know that
What
too.
we took from the owner was that he is a money-grubbing person. It very well could have been him informing the guards because they threw back a couple of coins.
Owners of businesses are not often people who will try and eliminate all their customers.
My silver is on the two men at the bar. I believe the
They were in the
woman.
booth, right? They weren't at the bar.
no. They were sitting at a table, right?
Okay.
Right.
Two men at the table.
And near enough that they could have overheard us.
The woman, regardless, I'm willing to put aside a small fortune. I do not believe she is connected with anything other than the city guard.
What if we pay a visit to this establishment? See about that.
That would be worth knowing. If they see us, they're very likely to,
React if they had otherwise anticipated.
or at least go to inform. But I'm not sure that I want them to know that we're actually, the way that we walked out, they already know that we're out.
Well, as I said, this does not
They
change
just
the
don't know you. You're actually our only safe bet going in there.
Yeah.
I'll describe them as best I can.
Describe
The two
the men.
The two men. That the others were afraid of. Everyone was afraid of them. The owner was afraid. The girl was afraid.
Were they dressed distinctly or
They were dressed like workmen.
Make an insight roll.
black or white?
They're just dressed. I mean, they were dressed like. Well,
I rolled a
that's-
16.
okay. So, you've seen those guys there before, and you make another roll.
I thought they had frequent.
I mean, you've seen guys like that. Okay, you've seen men that that meet that. But when I say meet that description, they strike you as as hired muscle that work for somebody, and they could be part of a gang. Make another insight roll.
14. That's a non-5.
Okay, so
Was taken by
and you know that Ali Benjara, who owns the Gilded Palm, owes money to Kunder Shen, who is
The drug.
he's a criminal. Yeah,
Primarily.
yeah.
There are a few possibilities.
So those could be Kunder Shen's men.
I wonder if we could have turned in as a favor.
No, it's that there's some people that are watching you. The bar owner traded in some information for.
He's a degenerate gambler, Ali Benjara.
He does have a gambling problem.
Money.
and she is into the throwing water quite a bit.
Do you know what his game is?
He likes money. It's part of his problem.
I meant the game that he usually loses his money at.
Not necessarily. I mean, there's a lot of he goes to, there's a lot of gambling hells in Banishar.
Was in a predicament where if he owes money, he could have turned the gentleman and or us in as a favor to repay part of the debt. If I'm not connected to the right people, certainly in a roundabout sort of way, and maybe they were there to collect or to watch and make sure that he did what he needed to do and told him to something.
I was gonna say, I'm gonna be honest, full disclosure. I was kind of hoping that this whole train of thought will lead to the fighting bits.
You could have been a call.
It's very possible.
Yeah, that's true.
I think we should leave no lead unfollowed in this case. There are enough of us we can split up and look at every possible angle. Any of these people could lead to a dead end, or what would we
If these two individuals are hired muscle, they're not going to be easily overtaken by just one muscle. You would have to have more people, but more importantly, it'd be good to know. Do you know how to get to the crime ward that they used to say they would work for?
I believe that I could get in on this with it.
You need not have numbers, superior numbers, or muscle to get information or get rid of someone.
That's true. They're really not our target. They were just the ones who made turns. They had to hit turns. The question becomes why did their boss have him turn in? Maybe he is trying to eliminate price.
Are you trying to infiltrate this group, or are you trying to?
We don't have enough information to know where this item disappeared to. It was stolen by one of the priests and left, and he did it leaving a trail only into the Watchers in the group.
So really, we don't even need to infiltrate the group. We just need to find a book. And if that's the case, then we might know somebody already, and we know exactly where he is, and might know the location.
We do want some information on the Watchers maybe.
The book is ultimately
The
goal.
book, Malik, and the information.
Is that number ringing any bells?
Roll it. Maybe. Roll a d20.
19. Ooh, on the die.
I just can't imagine. I can't. You have really good dice. It's really good. I just can't imagine that you would have any insight into a minor priest of the cult of Baal.
Hear anything about the sale of a
Unless you and he frequent some of the same places. Okay, just checking. That would have given you a bonus to the roll. Have you ever heard of the Ivory Horn?
Really great.
We do want
He's got a frequent customer card.
We also want to know why they took the book. They had to know what the book was and its value.
Which is why I'm trying to say that at least we know where our Astro is. So,
There are some people that I could get information on this group of Watchers guy. I've got friends. Take a few hours to go ask some people.
Completely separate from the Watchers. to the eye. So Ariastro doesn't necessarily know anything about this book.
He might actually, but he might also know. It's a lead. Which is more, because I think that's the most reliable lead we have.
But somebody knows about it that wants it. He may not know anything about it, although as a priest in the church, it's likely to
Malik?
We don't know whether he knew all the details of the book, right? We know that he stole it.
Right, you just know that he stole it.
Because he was sell it.
Well, you don't know that he was going to sell it.
He was possibly
Like I
doing it,
said,
so
like I said, the only...
Right, it was stolen for the cult.
Like I said, what are the leads that we have right now? I
very
believe...
few.
Exactly, so I
Barmaid,
believe...
the gentleman in the bar, the thugs.
And Ariastro, yes?
Yeah, but Ariastro is currently inside a black cat spa, and I'd rather not go back there.
You don't have to go back there.
It's totally fair.
One of us, any one of us could go back there.
Sounds like we all have different needs we'd like to pursue.
All of our faces are now known to the prefect, which means we could go back, request a short audience, and maybe request to be left in a room alone with our Ariastro.
He's still alive.
That's fair. Which maybe is why we should move quickly on this if we're going to do it.
I think my friend is overestimating your role.
I'm inclined
That might be true.
to agree. We, a fair few of us, have only just been released from the good graces of the Black Castle. I do not think they will grant us our requests, and those of us who were not have already, I would surmise, used what little pull they had to release those of us who weren't in the tender mercies of the Black Castle.
The restaurant owner is also a contact, and we need to consider his
Contact or a suspect?
not a suspect. If he's a gambler who is owing allegiance, he might be our way up the chain, even more so than the thugs.
I think
It's easier to extract information.
Yes.
I suspect that regardless of what route we wish to take, all of them seem to lead us back to the Gilded Palm.
Yes.
Well, we all have. You did say that I think we all do have different needs we want to pursue. I'm volunteering to go back to the Black Casbah to speak with Ariastro. You all can spy on the girl if you want to be, whoever believes that she's connected to this, or can be a greater connection to this. You can spy on the men. If all we're doing is information gathering, I don't see any harm in us separating for now.
I believe the Gilded Palm owner would be a better source of info than the men at the moment. The men may not know nothing, they may know everything. We can chase the camel's tail around the dune till we abort to the other side of Zul. I believe the Gilded Palm owner does know something. Even if it is just breadcrumbs, it is still more breadcrumbs than we have. The woman, we can again speculate on until the moons fall upon our heads.
We would not be expecting to see you.
You would not. You would expect us to. He'd be expecting to see us hanging from the gallows.
Another thing,
I would imagine.
gauges our reaction upon our entrance. If we are surprised, that tells us more. Perhaps tells us more than even speaking with lethal intent.
It would actually be interesting to gauge the reaction of all of them that we've run into in there. Like if the thugs are both there, if she's there, and the restaurant owner. You're the only one they wouldn't suspect. You could go in and
I can go in and see who's there.
see who's there, and then when you think all of them are there, you would also be in a position where you could block any back exits or anything like that when we do go in. Or follow someone out and exit if they go out. see where they go.
Sounds like it.
You said Chandrashen was the name of the
Kunder.
Kundarshen? I will volunteer to try to find ways of Kundarshen's operation.
That might prove difficult.
Not as a criminal, but as an educator. He has he hires entertainers.
Well, it is a nice idea and an admirable I would be hesitant to walk into the serpent's nest that quick before we at least have more. I think we should investigate the people of the Gilded Palm first before we make this move.
Asking all of you.
Before you decide to make it. It is of your choice, of course. I only offer my humble opinion, such as it is.
I assume you mean in disguise, not.
I mean, as an entertainer, which is my 100% it could be useful for gathering
Do I even know where she would
information.
need to go to?
I mean, he has many operations, or I should say, he has interests in many different types of businesses and operations. Make an insight roll. Huh?
Can I also make a history roll when you
What?
mention condition?
What did you roll?
10 or
Oh.
12.
You know that. You know that he owns the Oasis, which is a tavern, and could conceivably be a place where he could be found, but he could be conceivably found wherever.
Related information. He frequents one of his establishments often. Not sure they would be there now, but that is one of them.
Why don't I run down that particular lead while the rest of you go to go in the hall?
Fair
And
enough.
I will also go to the Black Castle. And then we meet back here.
I'm not opposed to this plan.
It's a good plan.
You go first. We'll wait outside of the block way. You can let us know when you think they're all there.
So you were going to go to the Gilded Palm?
Yes.
Okay. With the intention of.
Reconnaissance.
Okay.
See who was there. Just get a glass of wine. Just,
Okay. It's busy. There's a lot of people there, and make an investigation. Actually, make a perception roll.
Number 1.
Okay. So people are talking about Ariostro's arrest. Being taken.
Anything about the release of the others? Anything else?
Them?
Mhm.
No, there's no mention of them.
Just the, so that's the buzz, and just the arrest. Any of the any muscle there?
You see a couple of men. I mean, the place is pretty busy. You see two people sitting at a table that could be muscle.
The proprietor, is he there?
He is.
Okay. I'll finish my wine.
Okay.
And exit.
Okay.
Make my way to where they're waiting.
You were around the. Okay. Yeah.
Proprietors there, and a few muscle tanks. I'm not exactly sure if that is them. But Management is terribly busy, and all the talk was about the arrest of the gentleman that was arrested with you.
I guess discretion didn't have to do it first. It would be good of you to be in a place where if the proprietor leaves and goes out after seeing us,
I'll go.
there's a good chance that if he sees us and he was the one involved, he'll go try and make contact with and follow them.
You're gonna go into the front?
We'll go in front.
I'll go.
What's important to where do you want to meet after this? Because we need to make sure we get reconnected soon enough. We can go either to yours or my stall and
It's not to draw attention to you. We could meet at my flat.
Okay. Because I don't want to be
Anupam, what arrangements were you going to make for going to the Black Casbah?
Well, I mean, I was going to stop by the archpriest to ask him if there was any way. Actually, I had a thought. So, with the sales fake, did I have any type of emblem or anything like that that would show that I was a member of the order, or?
I mean, I don't. I could see a tattoo or something. Sure.
Okay.
I don't necessarily see anything ostentatious. Yeah, something like that. Something ritual.
Right.
Yeah.
It was something that would be recognizable to the.
Yes,
Okay.
and to your enemies.
Of course. Which is fine. So yeah. Yeah. So I mean, the first thing I wanted to do was to see if there was anything the archpriest could do to help facilitate a quick meeting with the prefect.
With the prefect.
Yes. Going to the top of the chamber.
And he writes out a small parchment and hands it to you.
Thank you. And going to go to the hospital.
Okay.
And going to the first person that I see that looks like they are in, can get to the prefect or at least pass this along to him. And try to arrange a quick meeting to.
He also gives you a small pouch with you can tell has coin in it.
Yeah.
So.
Fair play.
Right.
Indeed. So yeah.
And he says, "Give this to the first person you think is appropriate." So, make an insight roll.
Ooh. 21.
Okay, so nicely done with parchment in hand and bribe also secured in pouch. You make your way to the Black Casbah and are taken to see the prefect. He's a short man, very well groomed, has a very ornate armor, and he's and he welcomes you. Under more pleasant circumstances, I see, than the last time you were, than our first acquaintance.
Yes, indeed. Well, the reason that I came to you, the whole reason we were caught in that arrest, as you're making aware now, still threads that need to be pulled, and I was wondering if there was any way that you could help facilitate a one-on-one conversation with me and Ariastro.
I don't suppose that anything the Archpriest sent over with you has been retained by you up until this point.
No, you'd be correct in that assumption.
No matter. Make a persuasion roll.
12.
Okay. He reads the letter, rolls it up, and says, "Come, I will take you to see him personally. Who knows, perhaps he will say something of interest to both of us."
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, you're more than welcome to sit in and listen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. He appreciates you giving information.
And he escorts you. He takes you deep through the administrative side of the Black Casbah and down into the more Baltimore Hospital for the Criminally Insane side of it, where they keep Hannibal Lecter and those types of things. Yeah, the more dungeon side of it, and you are in fact taken to an area that you had not been taken to before. It's a tower, and but you don't go up; you go down, and the cell that you arrive at has Ariostro chained up to the wall by the wrists, and he looks like he's unconscious. I mean, he might even be dead for all you know. But you don't smell death in the air. So, and the warder opens up opens the cell door, and the prefect says, "You there, you fellow." And eventually
What'd you know?
he cocks open an eye and he looks at you. Ah, that was easy enough.
Yeah. Can I tell if he still has that his wound has been treated? Does he look like he's still like?
I mean, he's not wearing all the same clothes that he was wearing before. I mean, his clothes have been stripped bare. I mean, he's wearing he looks like he's been manhandled, but the arrow seems to have been removed,
Right.
and it is it has been bound up, but that's the only creature comfort that he has.
Right, yeah, of course.
You know.
But does he still seem feverish at all, or is he normal?
Make a perception roll.
17.
He feels more lucid than he did yesterday.
Damn. Okay. Okay. Well, Ariostro is it?
Who asks?
I did just now. So, I'd like to have a conversation with you. And, don't really think you're in a position to say no, so I'm just going to, say my piece, and hopefully we can get a dialogue going.
I have nothing to say to you.
Maybe, but I have some things to say. And if you feel the need to respond, well, all the more better. See, here's the thing, Ariostro. I'm opposed to lying. I don't like lying. But more than that, I don't like when people lie to me. Or keep things from me. So, you and me, let's have a conversation. Now, you may not know anything, or you may know something. Either way, the truth will come out.
What would you have me say to you?
Nothing damning to yourself. Doesn't look like you're going anywhere anytime soon. So,
I shall be delivered from these shackles by the exile king, or I shall be a martyr to his cause. But I would prefer to be delivered.
I need information about somebody who you may or may not know. Malik. He was a priest of the Temple of Baal. Was.
I have no congress with that cult.
Well, that may be so. Maybe you didn't know he was a priest. But, you know, more so, I'm not really interested about him. I'm interested in what he let go from his possession. A certain book. Something that is very precious to a concerned party of mine. And if you know anything about it, would have fetched a very high price. And something tells me it came into possession of somebody from the Watchers of the Watchers of the Eye.
Begone! Waste not my time. I wait for the king. I cannot read. Your book has no meaning for me. Make a roll just to make sure you don't hit the wall.
Sure, why not? That's naturally 18
Okay.
stuff.
So you punch him in the face, and he's got.
Let's start over.
Oh, roll damage too.
Oh, yeah, sure. It's gonna be my bare hands.
Finally, we get to interrogation.
That's gonna be 6.
Okay.
6 points. So, let's start again. I'm looking for a book that would have came into their possession. Do you know something about it? If so, please, tell me what you know.
I don't have this book.
Insight check. Oh, I obviously know you don't have the book. You're in here. If you had the book, it would have been discovered by now. I'm wondering if you know who does.
You just said who has it, didn't you?
The Watchers in the Eye.
Yeah.
No, but where can I find it?
I don't have this book, nor do I engage with such deluded vermin as they.
I'm gonna take an inside check for this.
Go ahead.
16.
Okay. I mean, he seems to be familiar with the name that you said, and he seems to be.
Maybe you don't know anything about the book. I'm starting to think you actually really don't. But at the very least, you can tell us where to find how to get in contact with the aforementioned party.
You see, he's struggling at the chains for a bit, and then he gives, his whole body just sort of sags in exhaustion, and
perhaps I can get them to loosen the chains a little bit. Perhaps.
He seems to come back awake again, and that rabble will not be glorified upon the return of the exiled king. That much I can assure you.
You know what? Something we agree on. I don't wish to see that either. So, Help me take them down. Where can I find them? You must know somebody, something.
Make a persuasion roll.
Terrible. 16.
Really?
Yeah.
And what's your charisma?
That's about 2. Oh, no, my charisma's a +1, but I am proficient. So
Nice. Oh, cool. Okay. What is your charisma?
my charisma's a 12.
Okay. He says, I have no contact with those vermin. We once heard the words of Girolamo, but no more. I cannot take you to them. When last I heard, they had taken hold of that Archmage's tower.
Archmage's Tower. Do I know what he's talking about? Archmage's Tower. Where's that?
And he slumps. He loses consciousness.
Hey, slap him awake.
Make a medicine check.
16.
Okay. You revive him. He looks at you and he spits at you.
That wasn't very nice. It really wasn't. You're lucky I'm a little bit more composed. Otherwise, I might do something like this.
Roll to hit.
Yeah, that's a 18.
He's knocked out.
Yep, of course.
And he slumps again.
That's okay. I'll just keep waking him up.
He comes back around.
Yeah, there you go. So, as I was asking, the Mage's Tower, where is that?
Vanishar.
You know what? I hope you don't have any plans for today. I'm gonna look back to the prefect, probably listening, and be like, this might take a minute.
Oh, and he was talking to somebody in the hallway.
Okay. You know what, Ariastro, I want to thank you. It's really been a while since I've been able to enjoy a good interrogation. I normally don't like using my training on people. Usually. But in certain cases, like with you, I'm not gonna lie, there's a bit of joy. And I'm gonna punch him right in the gut.
And it knocks the wind out of him. And he loses consciousness again.
That's okay. Can I have a bucket of water?
Yeah, and the prefect tells the guard to go get a bucket of water.
Bring a couple, actually.
Although I am certainly impressed with your with the degree of your persuasiveness and zeal. I don't know how sporting this is.
Oh, this isn't for sport. People like him don't deserve fair treatment.
I cannot say that I disagree with you, although I might be able to assist you if he's speaking of. Did I hear him say Something about an archmage.
Yeah. Actually.
I wonder if he speaks of the Tower of Zabaranth.
Tower of Zabaranth. I've never heard of that. Well, you know where that is?
Do I know where it is?
Yeah.
I do.
Oh, good.
It's in Battleship.
Don't lie to me.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'll still use the bucket of water that they eventually bring down to wake up Ariastro again. Just,
And he wakes up.
alright. Well, Ariastro, good news and bad news. Good news, for you at least, our conversation's over. Bad news for me, our conversation's over.
And he glowers at you and glares, committing every detail of your face to his memory.
That's fine. You know, I can see you're trying to take in all the details. Take a good look. You're not going to be able to share it with anybody anyway.
I will be delivered from these fetters, and when I am, you shall be reckoned with.
Right, yeah.
It's not that impressive.
But yes, yeah, delivered and the martyr, yes, okay, yes, that's all well and good. Well, enjoy the rest of your imprisonment. Hope to see you never. Have a good rest of your life. And then I'll walk out.
He spits, and that's the last sound you hear as the door closes behind you and as we stop for this week.
Alrighty.
Yay.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks all. Appreciate it. We will see you next Sunday.
See you later, guys.
Good night.
So long, TV Land.